Alright folks, good morning. Do our Saturday morning session here. And look at this empty palette, just nothing on it. Well, we'll see if we can fix that. Let's take care of one thing. Okay, let's go to this screen. Alright. So what are we going to be working on this morning? Well, some Amorites. And last time we left off, and some of the skin done. He's complete, no, is he? Oh, I started on him, and he's complete. Okay, so I've got 3.5 done. Hopefully between today and tomorrow we can finish these guys up. That's what the plan is, so. Let's just pick up where we left off. And of course we need to get some more of this color out here. The old red leather. Awfully bright for red leather. I don't care what the color is. It makes a good background color there for the flesh tones. Been using it a long time. All right. Is the fan on? Fan's not on high enough. Bump it up to about a 3. Starts making a noise, we'll alter it again. I think 3 is silent. It's 5, I think, is the one that makes a noise. I could be wrong. All right, so let's mix up this color here. And we'll get going and see who joins us. So we got a little earlier start than normal. And that's even after we got a new video up last night. Actually stayed up long enough for the video to get sent to YouTube so it can process during the night. And I woke up and it was completely processed, and even in high definition. So I guess I need to remember that for future, that it seems to take longer to process at that time. Because there's times in the morning I'll upload it and it'll spend every bit of 4 or 5 hours trying to process the game, into high definition, so you guys can see it in good quality. Let's do this. All right. We got a case of leaky nose this morning. I stirred up some dust or something. Hey, Froggy. I transom window up in this room, you wouldn't be able to tell. because it's dark, but little tree frogs like to hang out on there. It is a jungle out there. All right. I guess I didn't put much of this stuff on here. Anyhow, so there's a new DVA 3.0 video out there. I didn't do this, did I? I meant to do it. I didn't. There we go. So many things to remember before you get going, especially if you take down your whole setup to film the night before, which is what I did. There we go. We didn't do a whole lot of left-handed painting this morning. That's good. I don't want to give people the idea that I can do anything with my left hand, because I can't. So check it out. It's just filmed that last night. It's probably the quickest from game ever from the time we filmed it to the time it was up on YouTube. But I didn't really enjoy having to stay up till about 12:30 and then up at 5. So sleep's overrated anyways. Oh, we already got some commentationary. We got Mr. Peter, welcome. You caught me early today, yes. You're painting Persian light horse while listening to me. Okay. As long as I don't have to sing any Persian music. Mainly because of the singing, not the Persian music part. I don't sing. Yeah. So anyway, check out the new video. There is a new video out. It just went on probably 15 minutes ago. And it's only been out for 8 hours. So we stopped filming it about 8 hours ago. So that's a pretty good turnaround. You're getting your money's worth. The last video I put up, the previous video, what was it called? Holy Smokes. Holy Smokes finished uploading to YouTube about maybe 9:30 in the morning. And it wasn't until about 3 p.m., maybe even later, that the high definition was done processing. And it's even a shorter video. So I guess the time that you upload it makes a big difference. So we'll try to do that, but we're going to have to end videos a little earlier because I really don't want to make it a point to stay up till midnight 30 every time I film. So that was just kind of a freebie filming on Friday. So works for me, as I don't have to work the next day. So we will see. New video is called Blind Faith. So we've got the Pope and meets the blind general. It's a hoot. Check it out. Da-da-da. Dedications appreciated. What else am I going to do? Jules Avery, welcome. Oh, I haven't seen you on here in a while, Jules. You're in West Wales, UK, painting Arab spearmen. Arab spearmen are cool. I really enjoy the painting the Middle Eastern armies. There's just enough variety and stuff you can add in the colors. I really enjoy that. Lets you be a little creative without going crazy. Well, I guess you could go crazy, but some people, I guess that's why some people like fantasy, because they can do whatever they want. And I don't want to do whatever I want. I want to, like, okay, well, it kind of has to look like this, but I could put my own spin on it. Like if you're painting something like Turks or Mamelukes or something like that, Sassanid Persians, there's enough creativity in those type of armies that you could kind of go hog wild. But at the same time, they have to have, there's some rules. So, I don't know, maybe people that are used to painting fantasy are used to it, but I just think that that's just too open too blank a canvas for me to fill in with whatever the hell I want. Not that I don't have good judgment, but it's kind of like, where do you begin? How do you narrow things down? So, all right, I think we need to go add a little bit more of this core color before we start putting the sunny skin tone in. Dedication. What else am I going to do? Some people are just involved in too many different things and won't admit it. I know people that have, I know several people that have a lot more kids than I do. And they have more of this, and they do this, they do that, and they have multiple pets. And it's like, okay, if anybody should have like 7 or 8 animals, it's somebody that lives alone. They don't have nothing to do. They can do whatever they want all the time. I would have loved Persian Army 15mm. I have a large WRG Persian Army 25mm. I'm greedy like that. It's not greedy, it's what you like. Yeah, after painting a Flames of War Italian force, painting colors is nice. So after painting World War II my entire life, I like painting this. Because, just when you're I'm tired of painting these guys that are bare-chested. Go paint the next army that isn't bare-chested. Lots of variety. And I only have to wait about 2 months to switch. I don't know. I haven't really kept track of how fast I'm painting, but it seems like I'm getting almost 4 armies done a year. So that's good. I don't think we can speed up more than that. Well, it's not about speeding up. It's about painting more often. So I don't know that I can paint any more often than I'm already painting. I do have to go to work, unfortunately. I'm not one of those work at home types that could be doing this and, oh yeah, I'm working. Oh, let me do that. All right, let me go back to painting. Yeah, really, I'm right here, boss. Yeah. Nope. Not me, unfortunately. All right, let's add a sunny skin tone here. Yeah, I lied. Might add a little bit more of that. And then we'll add sunny skin tone. Yeah, the only way for me to produce more is to paint more often. I'm not willing to cut corners. Actually, that little church I did about a week ago, I'm surprised it took me 4 hours to do. But it went by really fast. I think that one day I was painting, I'm like, holy crap. I looked, it was like 8 o'clock at night, and the next thing I look up, it's like 10:30. Like, what happened? You know, the beauty is I don't have to paint it ever again. It's done. Cross off that box. Get a little bit of a fluff on here. Let's see if we can't take care of that. Here we go. Soldier Victrix. Oh, if you can get people to buy your stuff. I'm against selling stuff of my own. I've painted things for people for free. Of course, they don't get to ask to paint it. It's like manna from heaven. It just comes when you don't even ask for it. I don't want to put a price on what I do. I think that no matter what it is, it wouldn't be worth it. I don't get to see them again, you know. But I have sold things I painted, but things that I don't care for anymore. You know, and it was basically to get rid of the money, get rid of the item. I didn't want to see that item anymore, and use the funds to buy more paints or what have you. Not that I needed the funds for that, thankfully, but you know, it wasn't like, you know, we're going to use it for a vacation or something. All right, I think that got off most of this. I need another one of these. I don't want to get up and wash my hands just for that. Just a little bit of soap. It's starting to go down. It's starting to go sideways. Once that brush gets that little turn in it. I heard, oh, you can leave that stuff overnight. I've done it. It doesn't matter. It doesn't work with these brushes that are so damn cheap. We'll get better brushes one day. We'll buy one and see how it behaves. You like the plastic figures, huh? Victrix. I see those, and it reminds me of back when I used to do the Tamiya stuff. 1/35th scale. You know, you get your soldiers and you can move their arms around and put them down. And yes, the old days of building something and not doing a damn thing with it other than having it sit on your shelf. Might as well shit on your shelf. I suspect, I don't know this, I suspect maybe you guys that are more into the molding and stuff could tell me. But I suspect that one of the reasons for the manufacturer to go to plastic isn't necessarily cost, because the cost just gets passed on to the consumer. You know, it costs the manufacturer more money to make something, so they charge more for it. But I suspect one of the reasons to do injection molded is because I wasn't aware of, well, what I am now, but I wasn't aware of a while ago that the molds you make these lead figurines out of eventually they'll wear out after use. And I would suspect that the injection molded stuff is not that way. So in other words, they go through the trouble of making a mold and produce it. After many years, they can continue to produce it. It's not like it's eating up the rubber mold that this thing is made on. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that might be an incentive for the producer. And I could see that being one. You know, it's a pain to spend all this money to make these miniatures, and there's a lifespan on anything, but I'm talking about, like, to give you an example, before I got into DBA, there was these miniatures that had just come out with a manufacturer called Battlefield. Now, this is back when I did 20 millimeter World War II, and they used to be called Drew's Militia, got rebranded as Battlefield miniatures, and they just came up with a set of Stalingrad Germans and Russians. Full line. So they had, you know, they had officers, and they had guys with the submachine guns and riflemen and guys riding tanks and support weapons, the whole thing. So like 27, 28 different packs of them. And I was still doing World War II. I bought, as I normally do, one pack of everything because I want to name them individually and so forth. And maybe painted a few before I got into DBA. It's about 2003, 2002. They'd just come out. Last year, I'm like, oh, I wonder where all these manufacturers are. They're no longer in business. They couldn't keep their molds out. They wore out. This is what I heard hearsay. So, in a lifespan of less than 20 years, everything they had done with these molds is gone. That's really sad, So, maybe that doesn't happen with injection plastic. Peter says, I'm working on terrain. On the table is an enclosure piece. Yeah, there you go. I like my terrain to match my figures in scale. Oh, okay. So you like it in 15 millimeter or what have you. Okay. I use them more for just DBA. Okay. Of course, it's harder to play on if we get stuck in. You've been considering buying early Achaemenid Persian DBA from the new Museum Miniatures Z range. So you're building a flatter version of the same piece, chopping down the trees, flattening the shed, tearing down the walls. Fun times. I forget to work on terrain. But the reality is the terrain, once you work on it, you get to use it multiple times. If you build a papal army, there's lots of times you're not using the papal army because you're using a different one. But at least you're still using the terrain, so. Yeah. And you can make terrain really, really cheap. What I'm really getting out of control on collecting are these things. I know I should be turning them back in. Hotel key cards. I can't go anywhere and get styrene. So, here's your styrene. Now, I suspect there's probably something metallic in there because these are magnetic something or another. But, yeah, take your hotel key card and there's your styrene. I'm not going to throw this in a landfill, don't worry. Unless somebody throws my things away. Then we're going to have more words. See one of the Z range last order. Looks really great. Yeah, I don't know. I wish somebody would do a side-by-side comparison of what they look like on their website and the actual miniature in person, because I don't think what they look on the website is accurate, because they all have the same look. They all look like it's the same person, and they're kind of even more stumpy looking than Essex. But Joe Coton's got some of their figures and his Sumerians, and they look really good. But if you look on their website, they look very stumpy-like. They look childish, even like the Tin Soldier guys. So, yeah. Okay, yeah, classical Indian is very low. I believe the molds for Victrix style plastics are steel, so pretty resistant to wear from plastic. Yeah. Well, I could see that. I like the heft. And I also don't feel like I get the plastic stuff holds as paint. It's just a perception. I'll tell you what I would like about plastic is if I did, well, I don't do 28s at all, but if I did 228s, some people use those broom bristles for pikes. I could see that being a great idea. As soon as you get assuming you get a broom bristle that is thin enough to go through the hand of the pikeman. But that's pretty cool. I can't do 28s. I can't spend that much time painting figures. All of a sudden, I go from 4 hours a figure to like 10 to 12. I just don't have time. I'm not going to live forever. I'd be willing to do it, but I do need some armies. And Mitch and I were talking last night after, or I think it was before we filmed our game, and I'm like, I keep wanting to get into other things. It just isn't going to happen. This is what I'm going to do. This is what I'm going to do. Am I going to play DBA forever? No. We'll eventually come up with our own better than DBA type game that, we're not selling, but it's going to use all these same army lists. So all the stuff I'm doing is not wasted. I'm just not willing to give up all this time I've spent painting these figures. So I don't know when that'll be. 5 years, 10 years, 15, 20 years from now. But it'll be the same type of game, the same scale of game, just have more flavor. Use the same army list. You still have to, unless they come out with DBA 4.0 and it's better. Okay, I don't think that there's going to be another version of DBA anything. So the time I'm spending painting these guys is, I don't want to put it to waste. Or rebasing or any of that stuff. The rebasing actually doesn't take that long. So I've got kind of a small problem that I actually encountered this last week. And the problem I encountered is the material that I use for basing. This stuff right here. The Liquitex resin sand. So I came across this stuff. Before this, what I was using for basing was, before I was doing any basing, I was just painting things green and dipping them in flock. It's not the 1990s anymore, so we can't do that anymore. We found out that there's better systems. So I was getting white glue, natural sand from work, mixing them together, creating my own paste, putting that on there. My first 7 armies or so were done that way. Then I go into Michael's, which is a craft store here in the U.S., and they have this stuff right here, and it's pre-made, and it's grainier than the method I was using. It dries quicker. All the above, okay? So I go to this. I run out of one of these. I buy another one at Michael's. Run out of that one. When I go to the third one, Michael's no longer carries it. I search and search and search and search, and find that it's on Amazon. Okay, so I get it from Amazon. Then the next time I need it, I guess I didn't realize I'd used this much of it, but I guess after a while you do. So then Amazon doesn't carry it. Then I had to get it from a company called, I believe it was Dick Blick, which is an art supply store online. That's this one that I bought. So I'm like, I'm about 60%. I have about 60% of the stuff in here. Let me start looking for another one. And all of a sudden there's a shortage. So I've got it on back order at a couple places, but we'll see. I don't want to run out of this stuff because I do not want to have to find another material that my basing is going to look different. And I don't want that. I want my basing to stay consistent. So to be continued. Hopefully we do not have to do that. But I don't know what the problem is, whether they stopped making it in France because that's what's made, or Liquitex discontinued that style. I don't know. I'm not looking forward to what the repercussions of that are. What do we have here? Oh, man. Ian Wright, welcome. Greetings from almost sunny England. I'm currently painting the last element for Greco-Indian Army. Ah, yes. What was that guy's name? Menander, right? Yeah. Cool stuff. Mixture of different stuff. People writing books tonight, I suspect. Welcome, Kevin. Not me. I'm not a book writer. You do like the broom handle bristle thing. One broom and you have enough bristles to last forever. Yeah, you pretty much. I looked for the thickest bristles I could find. They're still rather thin, so I beefed them up with several coats of enamel paint. and they don't crack. Yeah. Writing books. Not me. I hate writing. I get painter's block sometimes, but writer's block. Yeah. Were we done with this guy? Sure looked like it. Yeah, we'll roll with that. I don't like to write. The other thing is I am not a... There he is. Patriot Wargaming Solutions. Man, you're up early. You're on the same time zone as I am. Excellent. Seize the morning. Oh, we got 9 people on here. Okay, well, time to push my video. So, freak accident last night. We had a wild hair up my ass, and we did another video. So, and not only did we do another video, it's already up. We stayed up till 12:30. Somebody didn't get any sleep last night. It's edited. It's in high definition. You guys can watch it. It's another papal battle. This time, the other battles that with the Pope's army that we didn't fight, and we did it, combined it with the blind general. So we called that Blind Faith. So check that out. Not now. You can check it out later. So, good stuff. Good things. Sleep's overrated anyways. I want to see if I finally get a chance to mow the lawn. It doesn't stop raining at this damn place. Well, it'll be like a dry morning, and then I come home from work, and it's like wet. Or it'll be like, oh, it's rained every day except today. It's Monday night. Yeah, well, I'm going to go Mitch. I'm not mowing on Monday night. I don't really want to mow after work. Got the weekend to do it, so. Just don't want to pay a lawn service, you know? I used to mow a lawn as a kid, and I got $5. And people want like $60 now to mow a lawn. I'm like, oh, I could use the exercise. It's just, you got to pick the time when you can do it. And I live in a suburban area, so I got like 1/3 of an acre and the house sits on it. So it's not a whole lot, but it does take a couple hours. Does take a couple hours to do. So this is the last flesh of these dudes. Then we'll go into doing their, what did we call them? Battle sarongs. Yeah. Do their fighting kilts or whatever these things are. Yeah, so Friday nights actually work really well for me. Well, assuming we're not going out of town. Because if I do get sleep deprived, I don't have to turn around and work the next day. So I can edit the video, stay up. Well, I'm telling you, it's difficult for me to stay up past 10. It's even hard for me to stay up past 10 p.m. It's just not worth it. So, my teachers always said I should be a writer. Well, you should. Yeah, I don't want to relive the stuff that my life hasn't been that interesting. I think that's a good thing. You use geek gaming basing. I sift for my 15s getting thermopedic bed delivered this morning. Off topic. Not cheap. Thermopedic. Is that like Tempur-pedic? That's what we have. I think that's what we have. I don't know. We have some bed that was... Our bed is supposed to last 10 years, and ours lasted like
almost 20. We finally got around to getting a bed, and it's the one that's adjustable or whatever, not the sleep number thing. We tried that, the other one, and you get in it and it feels like a hospital bed because it's super firm. But man, you get a good night's sleep. It has enough support. How did the Pope and his altar boys do? You win any games? I did. Let's just say, I'm not going to spill the beans, all right? But they don't have a losing record. After 8 games, they don't have a losing record. Which I was afraid he was going to have. So, we'll see. It's a weird army. It's a really, really weird army. So after playing 8 games with a litter general, I could tell you a couple things. A litter is really strong. It really is. He hasn't been destroyed in any battle. So the Pope has survived every single one of the battles. I'll spill that beans, okay? So I may have lost the battle, but the Pope didn't get captured or what have you. Actually, that's not true. He may have been captured. Just the army deserted him. But a litter general is actually really strong, and people think, well, that doesn't make any sense. Well, there's a couple things if you've never played one, that are really, my perception of how it might have been and how it is are two different things. First of all, litter only costs 1 pip to move. It can't go into close combat or provide an overlap. So think of it as a war wagon that doesn't shoot. However, it's a blade. It's a solid blade stand that doesn't advance. And, let me put my little caveat in here and let me interrupt myself. Lately, the internet connection's been pretty stable. But let's say it disconnects. I'll be back on in 5 minutes. Unfortunately, I can't continue the stream. So, of course, if you're not enjoying this content, there's your exit stage left opportunity. So, I like to say that in the middle of my feed. So you wonder, well, why did he disconnect in the middle of it? Well, screw that guy. No, it's the internet that does that sometimes. It hasn't happened in a few days, so let's just be humble about it. But it's a blade general that's solid. It doesn't advance, can't provide any overlaps. I mean, it can provide an overlap, but it can't move into that overlap. It can only be killed. It can only be killed by doubling. It's really hard to double a blade stand. So it can be killed on a tie if foot, not mounted, if foot have their front edge in contact with 2 of its edges. So in other words, if the door is closed on it, okay? Well, I guess technically one of the blades could move so it's not completely covering him. But as long as the front edge is in combat, on a tie, it dies. Hasn't happened yet. It's come close, but it hasn't happened yet. Mounted have to double it. It doesn't matter if it's a knight. The knight, if it outscores a blade normally, the blade dies. If they lock, the knight dies. But in a litter, it's just like a blade, but you have to double the knight you have to double the blade as the knight to kill him, but the knight will still get killed on ties. So it is a great element to go in and throw at a knight, because the knight's got to double it, and all it has to do is either double the knight or tie the knight, and the knight dies. So a litter sounds like it's just a bunch of, it sounds like it is just like a bunch of camp followers, but there's some freaking halberdiers in there, But you have to plan a little bit. You can't. So what ends up happening is you put them in a place, and you could get into a staring contest with the guys in front of them. If they don't want to go into combat with you, you just kind of have to sit there. You can't go in yourself. So let's see. Used to do PVA, then I'd fine set, lead dry. I did too. Paint, dry brush, add grass. That's exactly what I did. I don't want to go back to that. I don't want to run out of this material. I got hope. As long as I keep producing it, I'll find it. And I'm going to order a bunch. I'm going to order a bunch where I'm not going to run out. So, I mean, not crazy, but I got 4 on order. So, hey, I'm 53. Oh, I'm right behind you. Tempur-Pedic. Okay, yeah, that's what I have. They're good. Yeah, they're expensive, but they're good. You get in one, you're like, man, this is like a hospital bed. It's like too firm, but you'll get used to it. It's wonderful. And I raised the bed. I raised the incline like maybe 5 degrees. It just a little bit to get off of 90 degrees. Well, I guess technically it'd be 180. You noticed in my first couple of papal games, the Pope seemed to cramp your playing style a bit because of not being able to attack. Yeah, it's weird. It's really weird. All artwork I've seen with Pope outside the chair has tapestry or cloth hanging behind. Well, mine's different. That you don't want to give the view of that. Don't want to obscure his view. I'm really happy with him. It's a really weird army to play. It's really, really strange. The biggest problem I had the first night that I played him, I don't think I won terrain any time at all. And I don't know if it made a big difference. It's just weird. Aggression 3 is you're probably not going to win terrain. It does cramp my playing style. The army doesn't require a lot of pips to do its thing, but man, the pips seem like they're all over with this army compared to any other army. I've never seen the mood swing on the pips so much. Yeah, it's a really strange army. Now, Dirk, you were telling me it was one of the worst armies in DBMM. I think it was you that was telling me that. Had to be a DBMM player. I wouldn't be opposed to taking them to an open. I think their big advantage would be to play somebody who hasn't played against a litter before and see if you can pull a fast one on them. But they don't move fast. It's hard for them to... I think the army is harder to play as the attacker than the defender. Because when you have the attacker, you could... I don't know. It's very strange. It plays different than any of my other armies, which is good because that's the whole point in me playing them to begin with. They're kind of like... I feel like they're my Sung Chinese. They're like a close combat Sung Chinese. The Sung Chinese are a fun army, but man, they are extremely defensive. And I feel like it's a very defensive army. And that was the whole point, is playing totally different. So the next army I'm going to do is these guys. These are totally different. The next army I'm doing after these guys, pretty sure it's going to be Dracula. Almost certain it's going to be Dracula. And I had bad pips. Well, bad pips are okay as long as my opponent gets them too. Yeah. I can deal with bad pips. I do a fair job of keeping my shit together. Well, sometimes I don't because I want to get a bunch of cheap shots on people with both bowmen and stuff like that. But pip management, got a lot of experience doing pip management, so it doesn't scare me. But well, I got a welcome surprise the other day, yesterday to be precise. there's a book I've been looking for a long time that is basically unavailable. And somebody did the misfortune of posting it online. There's a site called Scribed. You've probably seen it. Scribed. It's got to be Scribed. Basically, it's a thievery site. I think people can post things on there that they shouldn't post, that are illegal, and they get credits to download other stuff, and you can also subscribe to it for over a month. Anyhow, so you can find things on there that aren't nobly available anymore. And you could find things like, there's tons of Osprey books are on there, which, is kind of a shame because they're in print. If the thing's out of print, not that I've done this myself, and I'm not a copyright lawyer, I'm sure it's illegal too. But there's a big difference between posting something on a site illegal. I've not done any of it, but posting something on a site that's illegal and the book is available, as opposed to something that's not available anymore. I think there is. Okay, I've done none of it, but anyhow, so there's a book that's been out for a while that is no longer available anymore. And it's from this series. It's for a rule system I don't play. I have several of these. These are from Warhammer Historical. This is the Byzantium book that I bought because it's available. And I had three of them. I had this one, I had the Punic War one, and I have the one of El Cid. I got the El Cid one when I was first getting into DBA, and these books are gorgeous. I mean, they're too nice to use. The artwork, even the black and white artwork, is just beautiful. It's in here, and obviously they have full color miniatures and all kinds of stuff. All 28s. You guys are familiar with them. Anyhow, so there's one I've been looking for a long time, and it's not available anymore. This was printed in 2005, which wasn't that long ago, but maybe it was. Anyhow, and that's the one, Vlad the Impaler, and somebody posted an illegal copy of it online. And I've been wanting to buy it when I was doing my Hungarians and didn't have it, because I didn't want to see something in there that I would have loved to say, oh, that's a great idea, and then I'm done paying the army, and I wouldn't do it. So somebody actually put an illegal copy of it online, which is, if the book was available, I'd buy it, but it's not even available. So I think it may be available for like $100 used, who knows what shape. Well, anyhow, I never got around to getting it. And with the Vlad army coming, yeah, might be good for some inspiration. But I don't know how a site like that stays in business. They allow people to just scan stuff and put it on there for free. It just seems wrong. The most illegal thing I've done with any of that stuff is when I first got the DBA 3.0 rules, I photocopied it. And I photocopied it because I didn't want to use my rule book and it get destroyed while I'm teaching 10, 12, 15, 18 people how to play the game, right? I wasn't going to take my photocopy thing and sell it or upload it electronically. It's still for my own use. Wasn't going to give my copy to somebody else. And the funny thing is while I'm running in the photocopier, I ripped one of my pages, because you got to photocopy all of them. So, and I think I've used it a couple times. It's just too damn bulky because I have it in plastic sheeting, and what I should have done is bought another copy of the rules, and then put that one in plastic sheeting. But whatever, I'm over it. That was before you could get a copy on Lulu. But some people say, oh, you can't photocopy it even for your own use. Well, you know what? I've taught lots of people how to play the game. They've bought the rules. I bought my own copy of the rules. I bought Sue's book electronically, so I have the rules I can take with me. I'm okay, all right? My heart's in the right place. Let's put it that way. So... But yeah, you can go online and there's all kinds of people that upload, you know, I mean, an Osprey book will come out last month and there's already somebody that uploaded it on there. Like, how do you get away with that? It's only $20. It's not like it's an expensive thing, you know? Somebody put those Funkin' books. Remember those? Well, I mean, I don't remember them because I'm new to this medievals and ancients, even though I've been doing it for almost 20 years. But those Funkin' books, those are all on there as well. And people used to swear by those things, but I don't see how they can get away with having all that illegal stuff online. But I guess that's nothing compared to child pornography, and that somehow finds its way on there. So I've heard. But yeah, we'll see. So anyway, so Vlad the Impaler. That's a totally different army from these guys or the Pope's army or. So they're almost certainly next. We got a camp for them. That's what I'm going to do first. I'm going to do their camp before I build the army. Talk about doing things backwards. Although I may be tempted to order some figures from Donington to supplement the Essex guys I have. Because the Essex guys are like, I think the army can have 3 light horse, but there's only 2 poses. That's not too bad. That's 3 of each guy. I may not do it. I've got the guys to do it. I'm not sure I'm ready to spend $20 in shipping. So what do we think? We think those postage rates from things across the pond are always going to stay that high? Is that the new normal? Man, it was awfully nice where it was before. We just costed a little more to order things from the UK. Luckily, I don't really need anything, you know. You've got all your rules and many lists scans as PDFs. I bought copies which never get used. And there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, there's too many rule books that are beautiful. I mean, what's that one game that I have? Force on Force. That rule book, well, it's out of print now. That rule book is too beautiful to use. It's just too nice. All the Flames of War books, I don't have any of them because I don't do Flames of War. They're too nice. You know, I'm really protective of books. I know they're going to outlast me, but, you know, I just get sad when I see a book that's mistreated. I just do. I don't know why. I was just told never write in them. You know, very handy to check the army list when I'm at work. Absolutely. It's the old normal here in the New Zealand. So your things didn't go up. Your shipping didn't go up. I don't know. It just means you have to wait a little bit longer before you order lots of things. But I just don't have any big orders I ever getting. So Ben Waddy, welcome. Hey, I got the video turned right side in. See? I caught myself. I'd done it right every time. This morning, I think the first 3 minutes was back asswards. Duncan had pointed people towards the Google Books upload of his old Macedonian Punic War books. That was just before the new edition released. Shipping is more expensive both ways now. Prohibitive. Yeah. I don't know what happened. Maybe it was too cheap before. And it's just like, whoa. We're going to leave the EU. Oh, well, maybe we need to look at all these postage rates. Oh my gosh, they've been wrong for 20 years. Let's correct them now. I have a feeling it's something like that. Shipping has always been expensive here. Well, you are kind of in the middle of nowhere. Unfortunately. Except except the stuff that comes from AliExpress. You're closer to that. Oh, hopefully you're not ordering from them. AliExpress, Alibaba, what is it? Is Alibaba the other one? The Chinese Google? Yeah, I'm really disappointed that C&B Miniatures stopped doing mail order because it was pretty handy to order 3 packs or something. Well, I was fine ordering from the supplier. I was fine ordering from Essex, but once your minimum, once your minimum on something becomes something around $20, man, I got to order a lot of stuff to make the $20 worth it. Well, I got to need something really badly. I've ordered 2 elephants from Donington before, and the shipping was more than the elephants was. I think the shipping was like $25 or something like that. Donington was always the most expensive shipper that I ever ordered from before this. We'll call it Brexit. I don't think it's because of Brexit. I just think it was just their excuse to kind of reconfigure something. Now, somebody told me it was the U.S. Postal Service went up on the rates, so everybody else did too, to stick it to them. I don't know. I don't know what the story is, but it certainly happened about the time of Brexit. I think they would just realize that, oh man, we could be making all this money that we aren't. Let's mark it up. But Donington was the only one that was really expensive in the UK to order from shipping wise. Everybody else was cool. Now the Italian manufacturers, the Spanish manufacturers, yeah, they were stupid. Well, they're at the rates that the UK stuff is now. So nobody wants to pay for shipping. I work in shipping and logistics. I get it. Nobody wants to pay for shipping. Just hide it in the price. Don't use AliExpress for the same principles you have. Yeah. Yeah, it's a shame it's not the people, it's the government. I got nothing against Chinese people. I got nothing against their history. It's really, really cool. You guys know I love Chinese armies. You bought a lot of DVG and G. I know what DVG is. Yeah, how are those games look interesting, but I don't think I want to play a solitaire game. I would buy them if they were on computer. Don't get me wrong. I don't mind board games. I just want them on computer when, I can just click a button and the scenario starts. I don't have to set it up, and that I can't play it wrong. They have Second Chance Games as a UK distributor, which saves lots. Okay. The U.S. government encouraged increased shipping to the states to try to reduce imports. Wow. All their great ideas. There's no problem with imports, just where you're importing from. We could I'm all for trading more with the UK than we do. I just want to trade less with you-know-who. Let's trade with people that have a similar value system that we do. I get excited when I see something from France or Italy or the UK or, Thailand, anywhere except those 4 or 5 countries. Mainly just the one. Yeah. The U.S. government, any government for that matter, yeah, they don't know how to run a business, that's for sure. I don't think there's anybody in this. Well, there's always someone, but I don't think there's anybody in this country. I'll just stick with that, even though it's not 100% accurate. I don't know there's anybody in this country that would say we need to stop buying stuff from the UK or Italy or France or Germany. Come on. Now, if any of those places I just mentioned were totalitarian regimes, used slave labor, and could outproduce us, that's different. You know, you guys can't outproduce us, and you're none of those other things, so. Or New Zealand there, Dirk. I don't think I've ever seen anything from New Zealand. Australia, it's hard to see something from Australia. But then again, I thought Australia had more people in it than it does. I was sorely disappointed a couple of weeks when I found out how low the population is there. People must have too many hobbies out there. There's too many war gamers not making enough kids. Maybe China. I can't tell you how many times in the since COVID started. That's my boycott of China since COVID. I didn't like buying stuff from them before, but that whole Hong Kong thing and the COVID thing, here we go, getting political again. Well, it's not political. It's my opinion. It's not political because I don't favor one side over the other. They both suck. What was it Lewis Black that said in one of his stand-up routines? What was it that he said? He said something along the lines of, the Republicans get an idea, and he says, "Ooh, here's a terrible idea," and the Democrat says, "Ooh, I know how to make it shittier." they're both bad, but anyhow, I can't tell you in the last 2 years how many times I've picked something up at the store and looked to see where it was made and saw that it was made in China and put it back and didn't buy it. I don't need it that bad. Now, my life depends on it, sure. If I buy a vehicle and there's Chinese parts in there, which I'm not going to walk everywhere, but at least make an informed decision, look at it, and then decide based on that, So, sometimes you need to buy something and the item just isn't available other than being made in China. You got to buy it. But sometimes, you're looking at two items. They might be the same item, and one's made in China and cost $2, and the other one's not made in China and cost $5. I'll buy the $5 one, or I won't buy it at all. Do what you can, So, but sometimes you just don't have an option. But at least make the effort to look. That's all. If you want to. If you don't, that's fine too. I'm not here to change other people's behavior. I believe in freedom. You do live your life how you want to. So, we get meat, wine, and dairy from New Zealand. We do? Dairy. That's a long refrigerated trip. Well, maybe in Arizona. Wine, that's true, but I don't drink enough wine. I don't drink enough alcohol. So, the last two, if you watched any of my two videos, I didn't have an alcoholic beverage at all. I don't need to drink. I need to drink at work. I don't need to drink when I'm doing like my favorite thing to do. I do because, it's part of the social thing, but I don't need to have any alcohol. So yeah, wine sales, not exactly keeping New Zealand afloat. I'm not doing my part. Dairy. I don't know if there's really is dairy from New Zealand. maybe something. I buy more dairy from Ireland. That Irish butter. Not that I buy that much stuff, but I'm aware that it comes from there. Meat. I don't know that I've bought meat that isn't made in comes from the U.S. Not that I'd be opposed to buying New Zealand meat, but we got plenty of it here. You live a little closer to New Zealand there, Kevin, and in a desert. I know your whole state's not desert, just like my state's not all swamp. Mostly swamp. Okay, I think we're done. All right, let's take a look at some of these skin tones. I really haven't looked at them, even though they're all up in my face. Let's see what they look like on the screen and see if I want to tinker with any before I move on. Let's get the 5 suspects here. Let's get them all in the same pose, same orientation. Let's see what we got going on here. Let's look at the front of them. I know, I want to go this way, so I got to move it the back way. New Zealand lamb is excellent. I don't like lamb. I don't. I think we import things we don't need just to help foreign economies. So I have a theory. And let's take a look at these guys and I'll tell you what my theory is. And it's okay to, look, I was trying to point at this one, but he's on the opposite side of my screen. See what happens, Ben, when I flip the screen? I confuse myself. This guy here is a little different, and that's okay. We want them to be. I think we're going to roll with this. So I have a theory. It's an unprofessional opinion. That's all my stuff is. I don't listen to the news or I don't have stuff spun at me, whatever side. But I have a theory. And my theory goes something like, he either no wine or lamb. Oh, I'm not opposed to wine. I don't like the taste of lamb. I just don't. Sorry. It's more lamb for you. Everybody has their things that they love and things that they don't like. I know several people who don't like olives. I'm like, well, you're not related to me. Well, I say that, but my sister doesn't eat olives. That's just, what kind of a Cuban doesn't eat olives? A shitty one. That's what kind. I love green olives. And olive oil. Ooh. Yum. How Mediterranean of me. So my theory goes something like this. Let me figure out what I'm going to do first. We're going to play one of the battle sarongs using this color as a base. So my theory goes something like this. We start trading with China where things get made really cheap. So the things that people need aren't as expensive. So people's living wage that they supposedly need to buy the necessities of life doesn't go up as it does in maybe other countries like the UK and Germany and Sweden and stuff like that. So you become dependent on buying these cheap products that aren't made here, and your wage doesn't go up. And because your wage doesn't go up, you can't buy more expensive things, or the places that manufacture them here get shut down. So you're kind of perpetually on this as my buddy Jeff used to call it, a self-licking popsicle. That was his saying, is it's a self-licking popsicle. You can never get out of it. The only way you can get out of it is just basically have a war with these people, so then you can't trade with them, or do what they're doing now where they're raising everybody's wages, because the wages here have gone up in the last 10 years significantly. It seems like it. But you need to couple that with make the stuff here that costs more to keep it in balance, and you keep jobs here. I don't know. That's my economy report. But that just seems like what the case is. You know, wages didn't move for a long time because we just kept buying cheaper and cheaper things. And, you know, how do you get out of it? Well, you put a big tariff on things so that they cost the same as things that would be made here, but I don't know. How about don't worry about it and play war games, right? Arizona used to grow olives. Well, you guys have all kinds of, you guys have snow in the desert, and you guys have a lot of extremes. I guess that's pretty cool. It's those pictures of those cacti you guys have with snow covered on them. What's that place? Sedona? Is it Sedona that has that? All right, let's do this thing here. Ooh, this is the same color I'm using for my spears. All right, this is what we're gonna do. Watch this. Look, Mom, no hands. We're gonna mix up a dark shade. We're gonna paint this battle kilt all in this color. And we're gonna stop shy of this color before we start lightening it up. So that's my non-professional observer opinion. And I don't listen to the media on either side, or I'm an agnostic skeptic at this point. There's too many people. Just tell me the news, man. What happened? To just tell me what's going on. Not just, well, this is what it means. I'm a big boy, man. I went to college. Oh, you gonna play games? That's fine. I'm gonna play games too. I'll worry about this. We needed to use a bigger brush, or we're never gonna finish this. That's my unprofessional opinion of what it seems like it's going on. And it seems like, in the middle of all this going on, there's a lot of people that are on our side that know what they're doing is wrong. But they said, you know what, let me just get rich in the process. And it just, money's not that important. Money's not that important to me to compromise who you are. So, it's probably the most non-capitalist thing you'll ever hear me say, but it's true. You can't sell. It's not that important. Doesn't mean that money's not that important. It just means that, you know what, I'm not going to compromise who I am for a yacht. It's just not that big a deal. If you've ever met somebody that's like rich and stuff, it just doesn't impress me. Money doesn't impress me. None of my friends are well-to-do and, high society and stuff. I don't care about that stuff, you know? I don't care about famous people. Battle Sarong. Yeah, whoever the sculptor of these Essex guys is, man, that guy's done everything. Is he the owner? I think Arizona grows many things because rich soil on account of not much grown in past. See, that tells you how much I know about agriculture. So I guess if you grow things over and over and over again in the same place. Well, now wait a second. Why don't we just grow a bunch of rutabagas in the Sahara? Not much is grown there. No, because only Mitch wants rutabagas. Desert turnips, we'd have to call them. Yeah, I don't know shit about agriculture. Hey, we can't be experts of everything, you know? There's lots of things I'm just not interested in, and that's all right. So I'll be specialized. I'm sure most of us, I didn't say all, I said most of us have some interest in something obscure that other people have no interest in. Things you discover under your bed when preparing for a new bed delivery. Absolutely. Yeah. The dust bunnies. I'm surprised how much dust there is in here. And we have no pets. We don't really wear our shoes inside the house. It just, stuff happens, you know? They clean all the dust, more dust comes in. It's not nasty, it's just dust. You're breathing all that stuff in anyways. Yeah. There's that sock I couldn't find. And then there's some that just disappear and they never come back. That shouldn't be a problem with kids these days. These kids these days, they specifically go out of their way to wear mismatching socks. If you did that when I was a kid, you would have an atomic wedgie. There's no way you'd go out wearing one color sock of one and one of another. See, back in the 70s and 80s when there was bullying, it straightened the society out. You didn't have all this weird shit, do whatever the hell you want crap. Yeah, under the bed accumulates all kinds of weird stuff. Yeah, but those Tempur-Pedic beds are expensive, and you'll get in it and you're wondering for like the first couple of months, you're wondering, man, did I just blow a ton of money? Because it doesn't seem like it's very comfortable when you get in it. I mean, it's almost hospital bed-like in how much resistance it has to cushion. Because we went from what did they call it? Comfort top? I don't know, but it had the plushy top thing that it was really comfortable, but it just doesn't give you enough support. And I'm a side sleeper, so I'll go to a hotel and I'll be like, oh man, that's the first thing I miss is like my body is crushing itself. And I'm not in the best physical shape, but as I like to say, I'm a gamer medium, you know. I'm not in bad shape or anything, but your body, when it crushes itself, yeah, you gotta, it's a long time investment. And some of those things, the more you put off buying it, the less enjoyment you're gonna have on it. So, like if you, like a paint palette, if you wait, I'll just wait to get that, then that means that you used it by the time you used it last, you'll have used it less amount of time. So just go ahead and get it. You're going to use it. Enjoy it. Still, when I get into bed now, I think we've had it for a year and a half. You still don't think it's comfortable. But it is. Your body is supported. So, and just having that one little incline of even 5 degrees. I mean, obviously, if you're working in bed, you can do all kinds of crazy stuff, Rutabaga's grown in Wisconsin. Yeah, it sounds like a Yankee word. Such an ugly word. Sounds like something you make on the toilet. I gotta go make a rutabaga. And it's just a turnip. Well, why don't you just call it a turnip? Turnip sounds okay. Isn't that what the rabbit and Winnie the Pooh would always grow? Turnips? I don't think he had a name. It was just Rabbit. Didn't think we were going to talk about Winnie the Pooh. Well, we did bring up China. Oh, that's right. I went there. Whatever that guy's name is. Ping Pang Poo. The dictator. I got another Chinese army coming my way at some point. I feel the need to do another one of them. There's so many to do. Oh, that's glazed medium. We don't need that. Just lighten his little sarong up a little bit. Yeah, let's see. Do we have a backup plan for this brush? Let's see how this one does. Same thing with the tip. Okay. We're going to move from him. All right, let's grab... This guy is the darkest skinned one, right? No, this guy's the darkest skinned one. All right, then I need to do a light one with him. Let's grab another core color that's pretty light. Let's do this one. It's not quite white. I've heard of a lot of people live in Southeast China. Description sounds like Polynesians. Well, just like any other country, there's people of all different skin tones in different places. I've got at least one Asian person that lives in our neighborhood. And for whatever reason, she doesn't want to get any sun. She walks around with some huge sun hat when it's even cloudy and stuff. Maybe she has a skin condition, but I've heard that many people from different places in Asia frown upon getting a tan. So I don't know, it depends on what their culture is, but she walks around with a big old sun hat, and it's like at 7 in the morning when the sun's barely even out. So I don't know. Maybe she has a skin condition. Maybe she just doesn't want it. You could tell I'm not afraid of getting a tan. I got a year-round tan. Except under my watch. I went to the beach the other day and didn't leave my watch on. I took it down. So I got a little bit of a tan where I never do. So I never burn on my arms. Yes, I use the protective spray, whatever the hell it's called, because I forget things because I'm in my 50s now. Suntan. Protecting. But it looks kind of gray. Well, it kind of is. That's why we're going to mix it with brown. Yeah, baby. Where's that chocolate brown? No, that's English uniform. Okay, this is the darker skinned dude. All right. Let's get some of that chocolate brown and mix it with this. That's what we're going to go with. That's a little too bright. I don't have much more to go. Let's go back to this other one, even though it looks a little reddish, pinkish. We're going to cover most of this up anyways. So I don't mind basing everything in black. I'm going to end up having multiple layers anyways. Lighter tones don't cover over black that badly. It's that yellow. The yellow just has no strength. But it's multiple layers and you mix it with brown anyways. It'll cover. Yellows and oranges. Because they have a lot of yellow. All right. Let's add. Let's lighten this up some. Too thick. Let's thin this down. I think this brush just got fired from doing this kind of. Probably should almost get like a set of dots. And like, okay, this is now no longer a green dot, it's now a yellow dot, so it gets to do other less critical jobs. It's not like I don't have enough of these brushes here. One's fired and another one's hired. circle of brushes. Now, I don't know if I'm going to get this army done in time for our events at the end of the month. But we're going to get close. I'd like to. Because when I'm done with them, I'm going to want to go in a different direction. I don't want to still having to try to fix an army that I've already played several games with. Or add more elements to an army that I've already played with. What happened with the Russians, it took me 1.5 years after I played them to finally get them complete. Because I decided to work on other stuff instead. We're going to be close. We're going to be close. So we're going to do these guys. Then we're going to roll into the chariot. Then we'll do the 2 auxilia once we're done with the chariot. Okay. And obviously we'll do the whole striping thing later if we need to. Okay. This guy is kind of pale looking, so I want to use a color that maybe has a little bit, that's not as pale, to kind of brighten his ass up. Brighten your ass up. Instead of cheer up, start telling people, brighten your ass up. There's a little bit of blue in it. Sure, why not? It's the worst thing that can happen. I hate it. Have to repaint it. No big deal. Yeah, going back to lamb. My wife really likes it. I don't care for it. Never had goat. I figured goat probably tastes like lamb. I don't like it. If all meat tasted like that, I wouldn't eat meat. Just not a taste I care for. I don't like the gamey taste. I can't like everything. I could eat it if I had to, but I don't have to. And they're cute. So I got better things to do than eating an animal I don't have a taste for and is cute. Yeah, this is a lot quicker to use the bigger brush that has more on there. All right, let's add more of this. Pheasant, rabbit, and venison are out then. I've never had pheasant. I've never had rabbit. I've had venison. It's not that gamey. It's just not. Are there no pigs in your country, Dirk? I mean, I like pork things more than beef or chicken. I love friggin' pork. But I can also not eat meat. You know, it's not like I have to have meat with everything. I'll tell you what I couldn't do. I couldn't be a vegan. I don't care if the animals get molested. You know, that doesn't bother me. You know, I could see if I had to kill my own animal to eat it, I just wouldn't eat them. I mean, I could do it if my life depended on it, but I like all my vegetables. We could just eat rutabagas for protein, right? Do they have protein? I bet they're super. There's your starch right there, but yeah, I'm not raising pigs to eat them. Sorry, that's a little too personal. They're cute, especially the little ones. Pigs in a blanket. I'm not one of these people. Got to eat meat for everything because that's all I eat. No, that's not me. No. Oh man, Patriot Wargaming Solutions. Thank you very much. Feeling froggy this morning. The community thanks you for your passion and content. See me, Facebook, Napoleonic Miniatures Wargame Group, David. Okay. Yeah. Okay, cool. I'll check that out. Yeah, I'm glad I'm providing some entertainment for you guys. I appreciate it. It keeps me going. I got lots of things planned. I got lots and lots of things planned. So, it's a shame I got to go to work every day, but you know. I tell you what, one of the first things I did was I painted something. I was really young. Well, not really young, but I was like probably 19. And I painted something for someone. And they paid me in advance. I don't know if that made a big difference, but I didn't want to do it anymore. I don't want to paint for my hobby. I don't want to get paid to paint for someone. There you go. Because then my motivation's out the window. But usually the biggest problem is I got used to painting with someone that would come over once a week. And when that person left town, because we live in a very nomadic city, so to speak, I just got bored when I was doing this. I just got absolutely bored and couldn't stay on task. And, I've got like books on Audible and stuff, and I get boring. The best thing I could do is to do this. It forces me to not cut off after 20 minutes because I leave everybody hanging, That's really the most successful thing that has been to get this stuff knocked out. So it keeps me from sitting there and playing video games and getting angry. This is no angry. Even when things go wrong, at the end of the day, this is all 100% good stuff right here. All 100% good stuff. And I do listen. There's a couple of other guys that do painting. I don't really listen to them anymore, but I did. Because it's kind of like talk radio. You don't know what's going to happen. It changes all the time. But this isn't, even though it comes up, it's not political. I'm not trying to push anything, and I don't want to listen to any of those people that are all it is negativity and shit like that. This is, you guys like to play other scales. You know, that's cool. Other periods. Mitch is and his buddy are playing this game called Maurice that they absolutely love. It's, I guess, 18th century stuff before Napoleonics. 7 years of World War, Spanish Succession. They say the game is great, but and I'd be willing to try it. It's just not something I can get into painting. I've got enough painting this. We got good stuff happening on this front in the next 20 years for sure. So I'm not a commissioner. The group is 7,500 members strong, full of modelers and gamers. So I'm kind of new to the car scene. And what I mean by that is I love Facebook. And I know that there's people that are trolls. I think that the groups that I'm a member of, people are pretty damn civilized. I like to say that I'm nicer on the internet than in person. And that doesn't mean that I'm an asshole in person. But if you have it out with someone for whatever reason, whether it's their fault or not, you say it and you move on and you never have to see that person again. But if you get nasty on the internet, you have to defend your position. Somebody comes in to support it. You know, I'm not a writer. I don't want to sit there and argue about the same thing over again when you're not getting any traction off of anything. But I would say that war game community, at least the war games I'm involved in, we're pretty damn civilized. But cars. So recently we leased vehicles. Recently I got a sporty car. Okay. Which I haven't had one in a long time. Nothing super fancy, but it does have a community of people that are fanboys of it or whatever. And people are so nasty to each other. It is, I don't know how they could be in a group, multiple groups. People just so nasty. People will, you know, they'll want some positive reinforcement, like they'll do something neat to their car, and I try to make it a point that if I see what I like, I try to give people positive reinforcement, like, hey, that's really cool. I like what you did there. That's it. If you don't like it, move on, right? But man, the car people are just dicks. Just total dicks. I couldn't believe it. I'm like, man, why do you gotta be poo-pooing other people's stuff? You know, if you go to miniatures, you know, somebody go, and yes, there have been posts that are negative on miniatures pages, but generally not on the miniatures page, but on other Facebook groups for whatever. If you don't like something, man, don't discourage folks. You know, this may be someone's therapy. You know, this may be someone's therapy to get them through life. You know, if you like something, say something nice to him, like, man, I like what you did there. Or, you know, maybe you don't like his figures, but you like his basing. Say something nice about his basing. I don't know. That's always been my attitude with my hobby. There's so few of us as it is that are in it. But man, the car people are... Now, to give you an example, the DBA group has probably... I think the biggest one has maybe 4,000 members. I'm talking about groups that have like 80,000 members. It's a zoo. It's a zoo out there. That's where I post. It's civil. Just block and move on. I have. That's exactly what I do. I have had people that have wanted to start something with me, and I'm just, you know what? They're not worth responding to. I block them. I don't care if they die. I've moved on. It's not worth it, you know? It's not worth it. You're not going to dissuade anybody. You're not going to change. They're not going to be all of a sudden, you're going to be like, you know what? I see what you did there, and I've changed my ways. No. Keyboard commandos, is that what it is? What branch of service are you? Keyboard commandos. No, but there's people that like to argue in real life. I'm not one of those people. I don't mind discussing, but Man, the car people are nasty. So I'd gone to a car meet a month ago, and I'm like, man, this is my first one I'm going to. I just wanted to encounter some people that had a similar vehicle to mine and wanted to talk about it and just be cool. And I'm like, I don't know about this. And I had a positive experience, so that was nice, you know. And the coolest thing about it is, my best way to describe it is, I wanted to encounter people and have a back and forth conversation where one person wasn't dominating the thing, because I've been involved in other things, the shooting sports, for instance. And there's some people that are in the shooting sports. Half the people in there are just total assholes. They're all about me, 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 me. I'm the best. I'm this. Oh, you have one of those? Well, I've got four, and those are no good. And I don't need to listen to that stuff, okay? I realize I'm a noob in certain things. That's a category I'm kind of a noob in. And half the people that were there were just like no fun. And those type of personalities are the same way they are, no matter whether you're into sports or cars or whatever it is that you're into. Wargaming, there's people that are, I guess they're that way as well. It's just a personality thing. I don't want to be around people that are like that. And I also don't want to be around people that, you have a common interest and you go over there to hear them talk about themselves and you have nothing to contribute. There's got to be some back and forth there for me to be interested. And I had a positive experience. So, I'm sure I'll go back. But yeah, I was really surprised. I guess it was more like be a member of a group that had so many damn members that it was just out of control. Did Sam Knights wear a lot of bronze? Well, they had the little chest piece thing. They had bronze helmets. They had like a little chest piece, like a boob and a center one. Other than that, maybe some greaves. You left TMP 10 years ago. I was really active on there. And when they started acting in the early 2000s, and when they started adding so many different groups like politics, like, who cares? Who cares about politics? Like, I don't want to know people's politics, because there might be somebody that I really like, but I find out he's like a raging communist. Well, I don't want to be friends with him because he's a freaking raging communist. I'd rather not know. I'd rather not know and just stick. Food. There was a food category. Like, who wants to argue about what's the best hot dog? Anyhow, I blocked the discouragers. Yep. It's just not worth it. You like my basing. Nice. You know what I'm saying. Don't say anything. I don't want to discourage anybody from this hobby. I don't. I have played with some of the ugliest looking figures. In my opinion, I've had a great time. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. You have some YouTube videos on my work and modeling tips. Oh, I'll have to check that out. Let's see what you sound like. Speaking of you see what you sound like, there's a couple of these guys that do restoring videos, talking about relaxing things to listen to. I don't remember what his name is. One of the guys has like his channel is like YSYSYSTYS or something like that. It's a crazy name. I don't know. So he'll take some old toy that's been sitting in water from like the 1950s. Like, let's say here's the toy, and he'll show you how to unscrew everything, and he sandblasts it and reconditions it and turns it into something new. It is so damn satisfying to watch that. It's there's a lot of really cool stuff on there. Best food at wargaming conventions, TMP category. It's stupid. Yeah. Yeah, people want to just argue about stuff, man. Let's talk about things that unite us. I don't even remember where it was. I guess it doesn't really matter. Food. Yeah, food on there, you know. I don't know what the TMP is like. The problem with TMP is that everything is very picture oriented now, and TMP is not very picture friendly. But I used to spend quite a bit of time there in the early 2000s. When I started getting into DVA, there was just less and less. I used to post like links to my videos and like, oh, nobody's watching them from there. Oh, well, it's okay. You know, I'll move on in a different direction. All right, let's do a guy that's damn near white. Let's do a damn near white guy. Now remember, we're going to put little stripes and stuff on these guys to pretty them up. I'll pretty these guys up a little bit. I've seen them. He has 1 million views. This stuff, it's so satisfying to watch. And he has, and this is what reminded me of the voice. He has no voice. This person doesn't ever talk. Doesn't need to. It's wonderful. Yeah. He did one recently where he restored an old controller for Nintendo. I've never had a Nintendo and don't like Nintendo games. Why? They're not violent enough. I am a devout pacifist. I was going to say Monday through Friday. No, every day. That's why I like playing violent video games and violent war games. I'm a devout pacifist, so my idea of role-playing is to conquer the world and enslave people and on the tabletop. But yeah, it's so satisfying to watch that. There's another guy that did, speaking of cars, he did a restoration. It's a different person. They did a restoration video where they had taken a Kia minivan that looks like it had gotten in a crash with a garbage truck. And there was just these kids or whatever had trashed like food and everything, stains. The driver's seat looks like somebody had taken a dump there multiple times without pants on. It just had all kinds of weird stains on it. And they cleaned it and restored it. It's just really satisfying to watch that. You know? And it's relaxing. You know? I guess, you know, when you're watching that, you're like, things will get better at the end of the video. Everything will be okay. Man, that minivan was destroyed. But I call those videos positive videos because at the end of the day, you just made things better. Maybe you made things worse by showing it to begin with, but, you know, it made things better. Watched him do Millennium Falcon refurbish. Amazing. You like the restoration videos, especially cars. I got to watch more of them. They're very satisfying. What was that one that they did on the History Channel back when I had the History Channel? Tank Overhaul. I thought that was super cool. I could see getting into restoring vehicles, but I gotta have a lift. I don't have a lift, you know, and like I've done a little bit of car stuff in the last year because of YouTube. Like, okay, I want to switch out these lights and put LEDs in, and you'd think it's just replace them and put them in there, but it's not so easy. So you go on YouTube, you find a video, see what it involves. Like, you know what, I can handle this with the video, and it's empowering. But my rule to working on vehicles though involves, you know, I gotta listen to my '80s rock music, and I gotta have a beer while I'm doing it. And then if it takes 4 or 5 hours, it's not a big deal. But I don't want to work as a mechanic somewhere sober. That's well, I shouldn't say. It's not like I'm drinking a lot, but you know. I don't mind it, but it's really YouTube. YouTube lets you see, like, you know, I can handle that or I can't handle that. And you can go and you can order your parts on Amazon, so you don't have to go searching from 3 different stores and nobody has the stuff. And you're frustrated because nobody knows anything anymore at the stores. They don't carry it, or it takes 3 weeks to get it. It just, those 3 things are really the solution: Amazon, YouTube, and alcohol. The triumvirate. The Holy Trinity. And I say that as somebody who rarely drinks, because I really do. I rarely drink. Now, caffeine, oh, I'm a caffeine drunk, okay? But alcohol, I could take it or leave it. So about 2 years ago, I'm like 50. Am I? Yeah, I'm like 50. I don't feel like it, but I've been mowing the lawn my whole life. Never thought of having a beer mowing the lawn. So you get thirsty and, beer dehydrates you. So about 2 years, I got like, I wonder what this having a beer when you're mowing the lawn thing is. It's freaking awesome. As long as you don't get dehydrated. It's awesome because then you're like, oh, this is a hell of a lot more enjoyable. No. It never occurred to me to try it. So. Alcohol is really good for not being tortured by the present that you're in. That's why I say, if I could just drink at work, it would make my workday so much more pleasant. I would be so much more pleasant to be around. I hate it when the cast have arguments just to entertain the audience. I hate anything that's a reality show where it gets pushed like it's happening live, but it's all orchestrated like wrestling. I absolutely detest reality show. Anything reality shows. I don't like people being fake. I don't like fake people. So if you guys meet me, if you guys ever were to meet me, this is how I am. I'm always this way. I don't pretend somebody and I'm not. If my wife's in here, she's come in here a couple times, I'm the same way. Yeah, I don't like that fake crap. What was the first reality show? Was it Survivor? Survivor should be hidden cameras. Leave them running all the time. And we'll come back in 30 days and see who's left on the damn island. If you got to kill the other guy with a freaking bamboo pike, well, you live. The other guy doesn't. That's Survivor, not, okay, now we're going to vote. There's no voting in Survivor, pal. You vote with brute force. And don't tell me people wouldn't watch that, okay? Because if there was true gladiator Roman style combat on YouTube or pay-per-view, nobody would be watching football. You could put bad people on there. You don't have to put, do volunteers. People that volunteer to do it. What's that show? What's that car show with the Grand Tour? Those guys are really entertaining. Back on their old show. The new show is just a reality show for them. It's all like, why do I need to watch this? All right, let's take a look at these battle sarongs for comparison. It's a catchy name. I don't know who came up with it. You came up with a good name. Let me know. I'll give you credit. I don't believe in taking other people's credit either. That's just wrong. I'm glad nobody spoke up. I'm a communist. You still like me? Nope. Don't like the Nazi guys either, so don't judge the conclusions that we like the other ones. Nope, we don't like none of them. All right. A little bit of a different. These two guys on the end are similar, so more than likely one of these two will have stripes and the other one won't. Okay? So let's just settle that once and for all. Actually, I need a beverage. I'll be right back. All right. I need to go to water. I've had enough caffeine type things here. Dirty water? Nah, I just didn't wash out the coffee. I do a good job of drinking water all throughout the workday. I don't want them at home because I have other options. But all right. Which are the two guys that are similar to this one? And he's got more of a pattern than this one does. So we're going to take the more bland guy. We'll give him some red. I wish this chair wasn't so creaky. I tightened it the other day and it was like loose in all kinds of different ways, but damn, I need a beverage now. Have some water. They have that in New Zealand. If not, we can send you some Florida spring water. Beer, methinks. What's a good way for me to fall asleep? I hope I can mow today. Not because I want to. I never want to. And mainly because, not because I don't enjoy it. Well, I don't enjoy it because it's so freaking hot. But In a week, it's destroyed everything you did. So just imagine if I painted this and a week later somebody went by and go and took the paint off of them. Like, that's no fun. I'll never have to paint these guys again unless somebody steals them or something. We got to move on. We got to get these guys done so we can do the next guys. Do Dracula. We got all kinds of things on the list. We got Dracula to do. We got Byzantines to do. I've been wanting to do Byzantines for a while. Visigoths. I did my own 23andMe, and I figured out I'm Visigoth. I don't know. One of you guys talked me out of doing it. Thank you. It's just, you know, if I'm not going to get really cool information like that, I'll just make up my own thing. I'll make up my own results. Makes sense to me. I'd like to do them. Yeah, there's no end of stuff that we want to do. So we're going to give this guy 2 stripes. Oh, shit. He's going to look like a... What are those guys that Mitch has? Lombards with their striped things. Yeah, let's give this guy 2 stripes. 2 stripes. You're out. Huh? It's 2 little stripes like that. Let's go in and start filling it in. There's some painters in Hong Kong that used to sell a lot of stuff on eBay, and they did a fair job of doing it, but they had this fetish with purple. They would put purple in everything. It's 2 Dragons painting service. They actually do pretty decent work. They were out of Hong Kong before the you-know-who's took over and shut them down. But they always would work their purple into the army. And, you know, it's okay for some armies to be those type of colors, but they don't belong in the Roman army. That's why I say, you know, I don't want an empty palette to do whatever the hell I want to. There's got to be... I got to have a rhyme or reason for why I'm doing what I'm doing. Got to keep myself on a short leash. This is a big brush, a pretty big brush, but it has a good tip on it. What is this? A 5.0? Yeah, well, it looks the same as a 1.0. Depends how big the tip is. Yeah. Set him off to the side. We said the other guy weren't going to do anything with. Okay. I'm going to do blue with this one. Red, blue, and white seem to be the colors that these guys had access to. I always thought you didn't like the pen assembly line style. No, so Dragon Painting is based in Hong Kong, but the guy who runs it employs painters in the mainland. Well, the problem with that country isn't the people that are painting miniatures, it's the people that are up in government. You know, those poor folks that are living in that country, the vast majority don't want to be in the situation they're in. I got to think that, that's the case. So, but the government gets all kinds of money from them. He might sell something for $200 and he may actually only get 50. Assembly line. I don't like to paint assembly line, but I have a lot of guys that are very similar, so it's just forcing me to make sure that I paint them all a little differently. So when I go and assemble them, I don't have a lot of guys that look exactly the same. So that's what I'm doing with this army. But yeah, I don't like assembly line because I could stop now and have nothing to show for it. Yeah, I haven't seen there's some Asian painting company. I don't think it's Dragon Painting Service. I think it's yet another one. I'm pretty sure they're based in China, and they have some Asian armies that they were selling on eBay for a lot of money, like DVMM sized armies, like thousands, and they're beautiful. They're some of the best painting I've ever seen. Dragon pounded eBay and nobody could get their items viewed. Dragon pounded eBay and nobody could get their items viewed, especially GHQ 1285-15. Before COVID, I used to go through HK for work, Hong Kong for work, every 6 months or so. Joined the club there and played a lot of good games. I'm friends with quite a few people in that area on Facebook, and but I'm careful what I say to them. I don't want to get them in trouble. Though I don't post anything political, and it's just all that stuff on there. But I know that they're being watched. And whatever happened with the UK was going to give those guys citizenship. This tells you how I don't listen to the news. They were going to give those guys free UK citizenship if they wanted. I don't know if it's free, but they were going to offer it to them. Was that just false promises, or did that go through? I really don't pay attention to the news. We're going to give this guy one blue stripe kind of here in the middle. And then we're going to have it come up to there. Great guys there to play with. Yeah, they seem to be pretty cool. Wargamers Magazine have lots of painting company ads, always in England. Yeah, well, that's the land of toys. Yeah, I'm a lot more careful now with what I say about China on Facebook. Well, I don't have a problem saying anything on there, but I live here. But I don't want to get the Chinese folks in trouble. Well, my dad emigrated here from a country that has no freedom. And I know that the people that are there don't really want to be in the boat that they're in. So I get it. I'm not one of these stupid Americans that thinks that, it's sunny in other places when it isn't. So it's funny how all their protesting went away with COVID. It was almost like a miracle for the Red Chinese, almost like a godsend. There's a lot of people that were in the protest, and it wasn't just a couple 100,000. It was like millions. Well, they found this miraculous solution to made all those people go quiet. Put a little dash line on there, and we're going to go ahead and brighten this up a little bit more, add a little bit more white so it stands out. Actually, we're just going to use pure white. Come on, focus. Yeah, not a very good picture of it. Just some detail on it. Something. What do we got? 3 with no detail, 2 with some. Let's do another blue one. This one. And we'll do a thick blue one at the bottom. You know, these guys might have had more colorful clothes, but there's not really a whole lot of evidence to point to you in that direction. So do you really want to go out on a limb and do that? Well, I don't feel really the need to. So we'll save the fancy guy for the general, right? He's the one that has first dibs on colorful clothing. think we're going to leave these guys as they are right now. Start working on these the sickle swords and so forth. Osprey did some really nice artwork of Sam Knights. There's a lot of really nice Osprey work, but then there'll be something like the book on Alexander. The one's been around forever, was done by Angus McBride, which I love. I love his style of painting. But there's so many times when it shows a shield and it's the backside of it. It's like a cop-out. Like, you know, who cares what the backside of a shield looks like? We want to see what the front is, but, you know, sometimes you just don't know things, so don't go out on a limb. Don't go out on a limb. So we all do it. I love Angus McBride's work. Inspirational artwork. Definitely. All right, let's get our mixture of metals here. Just get our, what is this, iron breaker? Iron breaker. And then bronze. Yeah, I don't like to do assembly line. This forces me to make sure that I paint guys differently when they're right here. So I don't come back later and realize, oh man, I got a lot of guys that are, every time I painted this one pose, I have guys that have red stripes. Is you save a lot of time just painting guys, not worry about, well, this guy's going to be on the stand with this guy, so he needs to look different from the other one. That kind of nonsense just can really consume time up big time. So try to avoid doing that so that I don't get into analysis paralysis mode and not get anything painted. But when I assembly line things, I tend to miss things more often than not. I don't know, you would think that I wouldn't, but I don't know whether I get bored or something. I prefer not to paint assembly line style. Because what I dislike more than mixing colors is I don't like picking these things up and putting it down. Because every time I do that, there's a chance that my finger is going to get close to the figure and scuff some of the paint up before he's sealed. So I like to stay on the same figure as much as I can. But that's just me. I'm the exception. I know most people play assembly line. And I also like the idea that after I've been painting for 4 or 5 hours, I have something to show for it, like a complete figure's done, not like parts of many. Just find it more easier to stay on task, less discouraged. Yeah, I don't think I did this right. I didn't go down far enough for that. All right, we'll go back and clean the other ones up then. But yeah, there's some great stuff on YouTube with this masters, not some idiot painting miniatures. I'm talking about the people that, those restoring guys and stuff. That stuff's really, really cool. Of course, it's heavily edited, so there's stuff that they run into that are problems that they don't show you. Here, we show everything. You even know how many times I go to the bathroom. All right. So, did we miss one? See? Assembly line. So, this is my first Book 1 army, and there will be more. Not for a little while. No. My Assyrians that I've had, I'm going to be painting them. All from museum miniatures. I've had them a long time. I think I bought the whole army, or pieces, parts of them, for like maybe $6. I had them super, super cheap. I heard the guy that did art for Osprey recently passed. Which guy? People are dying all the time, unfortunately. It's usually the wrong folks, too. Angus McDryde passed away around 2007 or something like that, 2008. Loved his work. Yeah, they have several artists. Some I like more than others, for sure. All right. Let's do the sickle sword handles. I believe it's this color right here. Is this the buff color? It's dark sand. No, it's not the same. Let me go ahead and get buff. I don't want to. There we go. Figure there's one factory that makes all these things. We have to use a certain kind of wood or it doesn't hold up well. Oh, that's my fluff story. Everybody has a background story for their army. Your Book 1 army is Scythians. Ugh. Not in this rule set. This rule set handles that army. And the Mongols and Huns, just not well. I had a Scythian army and traded it. Maybe I sold it. I sold it to a guy in Australia that used to be pretty active on Fanaticus, and I think he's kind of disappeared. I don't know. I'm not even sure how I even got that army. I don't have a problem with light horse. I don't have a problem how they look. I just don't think that they just even behave light horsey enough in DBA. I'm going to go ahead and paint these guys all the way through. Here I painted, on the other one, I painted them all the way to the top of that. All right, let's be consistent. So after this, we got beards and then shields. I don't know. Well, we'll see how long the shields takes. I certainly should get these 5 guys done by this weekend now. That's not very tall of an order. And I meant painting them. I wasn't even talking about basing them. I'm using the wrong one. Not that it makes a huge difference there, honestly. They're damn near the same color. So when I first started playing DBA, there's a pretty big community that was playing Warhammer Ancients Battles, and I'm not really sure what happened to the rule set. Things come and go. I mean, I wasn't around in the WRG days doing this kind of stuff, but I know that there was one year when there was a ton of Field of Glory players at Historicon, like a ton, and then just poof, disappeared. I don't like the whole codex thing where you got to buy 400 books and they add this and we don't have all of these. Wait for these nations to come out and the book comes out for the nations later. And I want access to all the nations from the get-go. Just put off coming out with the rules. But obviously that's too big of a game for me, for us slow-ass painters. But that's another one that disappeared. The reason I know is because they had their stuff next to where the DBA stuff was. So you could tell, it's like, man, where are all these people playing? Oh, they're playing this game. Like, oh, cool. And then another year would go by and there'd be nobody there playing that game. Like, okay. I mean, those games really aren't geared for me. That's just way too much stuff to produce. Just kind of turns into every other game for me. I think what I like about this one is just not a huge commitment of units. I can come back and after a couple of months I can go and paint something different. Do the final touch on these guys. How long have we been on here? 2.5 hours? Wow, it doesn't feel like it. Doesn't feel like it. make sure when you've had enough of this, you go out and check the Blind Faith game that we played last night. That's already up there. At the Pope does a few more battles with the blind general rules, which some of you really seem to like. We seem to like it as well. As a matter of fact, I think I mentioned in the video that the game is much better. I think it is. I think it's much better blind. With blind pips, not knowing how many you rolled. Given you can't play that game all the time because you're altering the rules. I mean, I guess you could if that was your thing, but I could see every show doing a blind general game. Always. As one of the events. Okay. Let's do the... let's go ahead and get this thing out before it gets buried. Now, it's English uniform. I believe it was U.S. Field Drab is the color we were using for the shield. I'm going to need that in a moment. You need me to keep going for at least 30 minutes so I can get my light horse. I'll try, okay? I will try, Dirk. It's late where you're at, right? Yeah. We can do it. Hopefully don't. It's kind of difficult to say because there's people that are awake now. And they're not that disruptive, but they do need me sometimes. My pip rolling was better than other night. In some of the games, all right, let's go ahead and put this on here. Yep. I really like the blind general thing. I really, really do. And it's not like, well, it makes you play more conservative. I think I'm play pretty conservative anyways. But I like it because I think I hit upon it when I was talking about it yesterday. It forces you to be more verbal about what your intentions are. So I think that probably helps the viewer to understand, at least I am. I think I talk more about why I'm doing what I'm doing. And, I'm not trying to pull a fast one on him. I mean, him and I have played so many times that I don't even care, He's already figured out what I've kind of done. I guess he's doing that. I don't even worry about what the other guy's trying to do or try to wrong foot him. That's just not what's important to me. This guy's got a really good face. Real easy to detail face. And I could almost get away with painting the eyes, but I don't really want to paint their eyes because not all of the figures have them. And it's weird when some of them do and some of them don't. He's got kind of a "what you talking about, Willis" face. That particular one. I got most of my painting done after the family goes to bed. Yeah. Yeah, I gotta paint in the mornings. I'm not worth a damn at night, unless I start popping coffee, and then then I'm restless. Then I'm restless. But I can't get any painting done in the morning on work days. It just isn't enough time. All right, where's the racist brown? This SS camo black that isn't black at all. Let's put this down here. Thought I already had it down here somewhere. All right, we're gonna grab this guy here. It's the same brush? Sure doesn't look like it. It's starting to fray a little bit. Oh, these crappy brushes. I have so many of them left to use that at the rate I'm going, might be a long time before I gotta order any. Okay, now let's do something a little bit different. Let's come in here and let's lighten it up with this. Let's add a little bit more. And just to compare the two, where is the other one? One's more gray. One's less gray. Oh, I gotta check on one thing. Okay. What a production. Had to go move a vehicle. All right. Right. What do we got left? Oh, those two guys. Got it. All right. It's gonna be a rainy day all day today. Have to mow tomorrow then. Hell with it. All right. Two left. See what happens if we do this. don't know if these little subtle differences even make that much of a difference, but it makes me feel good about it. Kind of limited. Can't really make somebody redheaded. I mean, I guess I could, but we're not going to go there. These guys are definitely short-legged, though. Got a little bit of the case of desert dwarfism. Six foot tall with a 24-inch inseam. I think that'll do. Let's do some shields. Now, let's look at the shields that we've done with. Got it. All right. Let's get some black in here. This is that US Field Drab. That's what I use for the other shields. I'm pretty happy with that. Just do all the shields. We'll come back and detail them all. And after that's done, these figures are done. These 5. And I started off with how many? I started off with 3 this morning. With 3 skins already done. So I think by tomorrow, I gotta believe I can get these guys done. By tomorrow morning, I should say. And if that's the case, I'll probably do the Auxilia next. I think I'm so pressed for time on the chariot. The chariot's going to take a while. It's a lot of different steps, and can't just build it and paint it, which is always my preferred method. Build everything, it's all glued together nice and strong. doing any kind of touch up or anything like that. It's like I don't mind figures with a horse cast in on them as well. It might stink for, you know, variety of poses or something like that, but I don't mind it. I'm mixed manufacturers anyway, so. Now, what Essex tends to do is they have a lot more variety in their horses than they do in their figures. So you'll get knights or something like that, and they all have different horses you can put them on, but the riders are all the same pose. They'll have the lance stuck in the air. I'd prefer same horses, but different poses for the people. I don't know. That's just my. Well, I would prefer both being different, but you know. Holding up pretty good today. I am. A couple little distractions, no big deal. It's going to happen, bound to happen. Just need to make a decision and move with it, not get into analysis paralysis. And, well, what if I paint, you know, green on this guy, or just frickin' paint it, worry about it later. Okay. We're done with the first coat. Now, I'm going to take a look at these because I'd like for them to be similar looking. Okay. I think we added some here. And then we started adding white. Let's just do this guy. Let's just do it all the way. Let's just do this all the way. One more. One more on top of that. Let's water it down a little bit so it's kind of semi-transparent. I don't mind that pattern. I don't know what kind of creature it's supposed to be, but not my problem. There aren't any more in the desert. They cut them all down and use them for shields. They skinned them. You guys ever play that old Avalon Hill game called Merchant of Venus? They're Melf pelts. I haven't played that game in so long. It's just one of those things you remember. Melf pelts. Yeah, the area was full of free-ranging Melfs. That game was alright. I didn't mind that game too much. Not a war game. You sure it was spelled correctly? I don't know. Sure sounds like it. Melf pelts. Free range Melf. There'd be Melf activists now. I don't know, last time I played that game was probably around 1997. Something like that. Just the other day, right? I don't remember when Avalon Hill went defunct. Man, I miss those rule books that were easy to understand. Maybe we just weren't filming everything and we might have been getting things wrong all the time. There was nobody there to say, you did it wrong. Nah. That might be some of it too. Like the Melf pelts, huh? You didn't find one of those under your bed, did you? That's the only one I can remember. I'm sure there was other materials that I saw them. I'm like, oh yeah, I remember those things. Field of Melfs. Yep. That wasn't a bad game. I almost always play combat games. One of my favorite non-combat games ever is also one of the most, in my opinion, misnamed games ever. And I have such a hard time remembering what this game is called. I don't remember who makes the game. I don't know if it's still in publication. It's one of those crayon train games. And it's called Empire Builder. And you would think, oh, okay, so you're going to build a Roman Empire. No. You're just running freight across the United States. And they had different names for different ones. There was a fantasy one called, I want to say Iron something or another. Anyways, I like the just traditional US one. Eurorails? Is Eurorails the European one? I don't know. So you've got all these cards that tell you that you need to take, this item or this one to this part of the country. I'll just use the US for example. Everybody starts off with a basic train that moves a certain amount of spots per turn. It's the whole U.S. and there's some major hub cities, and the entire U.S. is all a bunch of little dots, almost like that little game that you can play by connecting the little dots or whatever. But they're really tight together to each other. You got to build rail across from dot to dot, and it costs a unit of one. I think they're called 1 millions, or I don't know what they are. Regardless, you get a certain amount of money. You get to start your routes, but you've got to build them in a way that you can pick up a product here and deliver it somewhere else, make a profit, and turn that money to build more routes. And eventually, towards the end of the game, is you can run stuff across, and you don't have to build much rail in different places. Empire Builder is what I believe it's called, which doesn't sound like what it is. Love that game. It's kind of what I do for a living. That's not why I love it. That would actually be a reason not to love it, but yeah, I haven't played that in a long time. A crayon game. Yeah. I know there's a European one. There's a fantasy one. And the one that came out first was the Empire Builder, just the US. So it's easy, you're in the South, you pick up pigs, because if you're going to go all the way to the West Coast, they pay a lot. You might as well have them with you. And speculate. No melfs in my game room. 1 melf in the hand is better than 2 melfs in the bush. There you go. Go play with your melf. Yeah, the melfs predate the milfs. Milfs weren't even a thing. Oh, man. Good times. Anyways, I like that Empire Builder game. Here's another game that I played one time. Another Avalon Hill game towards the end. This one actually may still be in production. In production? In production, yes. Drink. Production is when you produce something that creates more pollution than the item you actually produce. What we got here? A who? Thank you. Thank you. Coffee, because we need more. Yummy. Production. Yeah. Make 12 units of pollution and only 1 of production. I don't want to make things like that. It's probably not very good. So any of you guys that are fans that do any kind of computer gaming, you guys are fans of the old BattleTech game? The new BattleTech, and I mean new, it's been out for a few years. This tells you how out of touch I am. I think it came out in 2018. I'm like, oh, it's 2 years ago. Nope, it's 4. Or 3 or whatever it is. So it can't count either. That's a great game. That's a great freaking game. It just plays just like the board game. Board/miniatures game. It's turn-based. So you're not running around like a maniac. You could build mechs, salvage parts. It's a great game. Great game. And it was just on sale on Steam for a couple of weeks ago for like $10. Definitely worth $10. That's what I looked at. I'm like, this is probably worth. I'd probably get $10 out of it. Yep. Sure can. I done did. done did it. But the computer games, as much fun as they are, they don't replace this. This is, you know, anybody can play computer games. This is therapeutic. The other thing makes you want to scream at the computer sometimes. A bit too wet there. Have to go lay on my Tempur-Pedic bed to go crack my neck. Yeah, you'll like that. You know, you're going to get one anyways. You're going to get one anyways when you're older. You might as well enjoy it now. The big joke is when you see it's like, oh, it's made out of a material that's cooling. Not for this heater. I warm anything up. It's got cool. These are cooling pillows. Could have fooled me. All right, let's see what we got here. Guess I got some different patterns on here. It's probably appropriate. Did I do the back of this one? No. Yeah, I gotta keep myself on a short leash here. All right, let's see what we got here. Let me put some glasses on so I can see what the hell I've done. You were brought up on Kingmaker. I've never had a chance to play it. That one's the one that looks weird now because it's all squares. I guess it works. There's always one guy who's got to be sitting off to the side. Back here doesn't fit. Now we still got to put the little bands behind the arm. Let's see what we got here. See what these usual suspects look like. Not bad. Now let's put them with the rest of the crowd in the other pose. See what we're looking like. The shields look different. It's fine. We're going to mix all these figures up. Really weird to want to move it in one direction, but then you got to do it the opposite way you would normally would. Now, they look really bland, and they look kind of dark, but they got to be dark because they're going to go on a really light colored stand. Their stand's going to be really... Man, this light just washes everything out. Looks like it almost has just one color dry brush, and that's not the case. Andrew Reese, welcome. Welcome back. Yeah, so this is where we're at. 10 figures in. We need to do the backs of all these little shield guys. We need to do the backs of them. And then this is 2/3 of the fast blades. That's not bad considering I only had the skin of 3 of them done this morning when I started. So we got these 5 guys to do. And then all the fast blades are done. Got 2 stands of Auxilia and a chariot. Right? Or I could do 2 solid hordes. Talk about my hordes not doing anything. I don't think they did anything in the papal games. Eight games of papal games, and I'm surprised it got 8 games in total so far. Well, at least they don't have a losing record. I don't mind losing a game. I don't mind having a losing record. I just don't want to have it with an army I've spent a couple hundred hours painting. You know what I mean? Like, how about I lose all the games on armies when I borrow them? Yeah, they don't look bad. Can't really get a good idea of what they look like until they're totally based. Because I was really bummed out about these guys until I went and based them. I'm like, oh yeah, I like these folks. Here we go. This is a little bit less washed out. It's too close to the light. That's what it is. My light's too powerful. It's too close to it. Because this desert basing is really happy with how it turned out. You know, so much so that I'm actually looking forward to painting another Book 1 army. I know. Keep your pants on. Keep your pants on. So yeah, the basing of these other blades will look like this. No flags in this army. Maybe we'll do some kind of fun banner on the chariot. Yeah, we're going to do that. We're going to do that just because we can. So, now, the chariot itself is just a standard bland chariot that Essex has a million of that uses in a ton of different armies. And if you don't know what it looks like, well, you've never seen an Essex chariot. Here's the body of it. Just round and boring. Let's see if I can get another. So what we're going to do is we're going to do probably a similar type covering on the outside of this as we did with the shields to tie them all together to each other. Maybe some other colors in there or something like that, but that's going to be the tie-in. So we got space to put a little banner there or something. Amorite symbols. We'll come up with something, and it'll look better than just a bland chariot with nothing on it. So, okay, let me check on one thing, and I'll be right back. I think I'll be right back. Okay. All right, so let's put these guys away. We're going to do something different for a moment. We're going to come back to these straps. You don't want to forget. You know, I've actually done something like this, like, say, painting all these figures, and then, like, say, forget the straps on the back of them. After I've sealed them. So what do? I go in and paint them, and then move on. They're in a place where you're not going to touch them anyways and scuff them up, so they really don't even need to be protected. When you get right down to it, it's not really an. It's getting ready to be transom light 30. It's where the time where the light comes in here through the. You can see it up here above my head. Might see that. So what are we going to do? Well, we need to do something because before it gets to be too late, is we need to go ahead and clean these camels up and glue them on stands because this is going to be my camp for these guys. It's going to be a baggage element and a camp. And I think I'm going to do 3 camels. I don't think 2 fills it up enough. These are really old school camels. I'm not even sure who the hell makes these things. I think this one's a tin soldier. And this one's kind of cool. It's a unique one, but his legs are broken. Down here at the bottom, I think I need to make an effort to epoxy him or something like that. I think super glue is going to do it. I think a drop of epoxy in there. There, that one's broken, and it's loose down here too. I think if we drop some epoxy there and epoxy there, that'll tie him together. Anyways, this is a couple of camels that just kept kind of accoutrements. This one actually has a bunch of quivers on it. Kind of cool. I only have one of this guy. I have 2 of these other ones. These guys are kind of weird. They almost have a brontosaurus-like face. I'm sorry, a patasaurus. Showing my age. Taking dinosaurs away from me. Yeah, this is the size of the baggage thing. So I think 2 camels here just doesn't fit. Well, it might be okay. We're doing 3 anyways. Something. All right, let's glue these guys down. One, 2, 3. Now, at the risk of making a mess, get our file down. I actually found a way to reuse this stuff. Super glue doesn't like to glue it to itself very well. But it does file off pretty easy. So just a little bit like that. Wow, that's my favorite song. I wish I'd done this 10 years ago, so I wouldn't have to take my glasses on and off. It's very mildly inconvenient. It's probably not even fair saying it's inconvenient. Because the reality is, I'm doing this in nearsighted vision. I'm not doing it in 2020 like I used to. So I actually have a bigger picture than I did before. I don't know that it's making a difference on my painting, but SMLAC 91. It must be from 1991 when this thing was made. Which I guess makes these old miniatures, but I remember 1991 really well. So what's that tell you about me? I'm your age. I'm still younger than you guys. I have no idea who the manufacturer of this little guy is. We'll see if this is an old school miniature, and we'll see if we can make this little guy shine. One of my thrills that I like to do. Take miniatures that nobody cares about and give them some loving. Huh. That's not part of the camel. So this is going to be the baggage element for our, what do we call that? Wow. What's the thing we call with the baggage? Collision course. And also the camp. Because believe it or not, your camp can be 40 by 20. It could be really, really small. Well, you can't do anything on there other than put one guy, you know, shaking his fist at you. I'm going to actually try to take some of this down just so it sits more evenly. Even though there's glue on the other side. Live glue. That's better. All right. All right, we'll glue this guy down, and then we can come in here with epoxy at a later date and epoxy the little parts of him. Okay, that's done. The next time we black base anything, we'll black base these camels. Cute. Camels come in all kinds of different colors too. Okay. I think I'd use like a light gray for the straps. Alright, so we got this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy. Should be one more. This guy. All right. Just like when we're playing Blind General, I mentioned it the other night. Not the other night, last night. I enjoy it more because I'm more likely to tell people why I'm doing what I'm doing. I'm not trying to not say it, but it comes up more readily than in a standard game. And I could see that being more entertaining. I don't know, do we really need to shade this? Probably not. It's my way of cutting corners. Just like that, they're done. Okay. 10 fast blades done, 5 more to go. realized last night. If any of you guys ever knew me from the 2.2 games, DBA 2.2, my favorite thing in DBA 2.2 was doing the Ahoy ambush. They took that away from me. It's fine. I'll adapt. I never really found what the equivalent thing is in 3.0. Except I know what it is now. My favorite thing in 3.0 is when knights charge into your blade and the blade ties them and just chop them to bits. I love that part. I actually like the Ahoy ambush more because it's, it's a unit that nobody respects. It's just Ahoy. It's just Ahoy. Well, I got news for you. I've actually won more games with Ahoy because of them than despite them. Ahoy are useful. So, I happen to like them. Okay, here's our last 5 candidates. Our last 5 candidates of this particular army, of this particular unit. The fast blades. Yeah, that. All right. Let's move these camels out of the way. And let me check on one thing. Okay, perfect. All right, let's roll. So definitely doable to get these guys done. Maybe not the basing and everything. That's kind of a tall order. But the cool thing about basing is once they're done, I get to take pictures with them. And of course, that's fun. I also want to paint a new desert background. I don't want to show you how I do that because that's a lot of pressure on me. I've only done like 5 backgrounds, but the backgrounds that I use to take some of these pictures, it is just done with craft paint. And we're talking about crappy paint, like this stuff right here. This $1 stuff you get at the craft store. And I've painted some background stuff. I'll show you a couple of them. It's super easy to do. You guys should already be doing this. If you guys paint miniatures, you should already be doing this. That's how easy this is. It's deceptively easy. So I wanted to do a background for my photos, right? So I went online and I have these little canvases that are, let me close my closet in there. It's distracting out there. I wanted a background for my photos to be taken on. So I have these little canvases that picked up at garage sales or what have you. And I wanted to figure out how to paint like a little background. So I watched a video on YouTube and, just to kind of see. And the first thing the guy does is he takes like this burnt sienna color and covers the whole white thing with it. And I'm like, okay, I'm just going to follow the instructions. And this is a little painting that I did. And this is the whole thing. This part up here, honestly, I don't like how it looks. But this part back here is great for a background. So that's what I use with little trees and stuff like that. Well, this whole thing took maybe 10 minutes, 15 minutes to do. Okay, and this is all done with craft paint, like really poor quality, crappy craft paint. So here it doesn't look very good, but if you do something like that, all of a sudden it doesn't look bad. This is one of the things I use for my backgrounds for my painting. So I'm like, okay. So what I realized is when I was putting this as the background, I'm like, I don't really need this stuff in the foreground. I'm never going to use it. I'm going to put the figures at eye level. So why don't I just do one painting like this and another painting like this. And that's what I did. So that one was actually following instructions. So once I figured out like I did that, well, I need a forest one. So I did a forest one like this. And then I flipped around and I did one for the step. See, here's the color that the guy says to paint on. It almost looks like pumpkin. There's the one for the step. And then I have one for the desert. Ish. Arid type. No, it's not supposed to be the pyramids. I need to do more rolling hills or whatever. But I got this other side that I have yet to do. So I need to do this to have a more Mesopotamian type background. But it's a piece of cake. I mean, this literally takes no time. It's scary how little time it takes to do it. So, anyhow, easy to do. Experiment. But the secret is, you got to paint the whole background some kind of a color. And I don't know what the reasoning is behind it. Probably so it doesn't reflect. I don't know. I followed the pro. This guy, the picture that I followed, his turned out a lot better. But, hey, not bad after 10 minutes worth of work. And craft paint that I already had. I don't mind, I wouldn't mind having a set of like the tube paints and stuff like that, but they're really expensive. I'm not going to get my money's worth out of it. This craft paint, piece of cake. Anyhow, I feel like that makes the pictures pop a lot when I'm taking pictures of them or whatever. Hey, it works for me. So, all right, now these guys are different. They've got like a chest piece. They have like a round disc on the chest. There you go. That's probably going to be bronze of some kind. It is now. He's got kind of like suspenders and stuff. All right. Still wet? All right. Let's put some of these colors away. Let's put the red away. Encroaching on my own area. At least if we can get to the point where 3 figures are painted the flesh color, I should be able to finish these guys tomorrow morning. And then we'll be done with these boogers. All right. Here we go. I don't care how much of a wet palette you end up using, you always end up wasting more paint than you use. This makes it a little better, but it's still wasteful. I think we have enough thinner there to work with. All right. I can't paint like that, but I'm very impressed. I have to use Photoshop. I can't use Photoshop. I can't use Photoshop. Dude, it's easy. Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. Now, it's harder than painting miniatures. But the other thing is because it's in the background, it's out of focus, which means it's a little bit forgiving. Doesn't have to look perfect. But it's empowering, man. I did those and I'm like, I should be painting stuff for the house. It's going to look better than a lot of stuff at the museum. That's not really saying a whole lot. Not everything. I mean, but, I'm not trying to compete against a Velasquez or something like that. But, Looks better than a Picasso. So I'm saying, hey, if you like Picasso, that's cool, but you know. I should be doing more of that. The problem is you get painter's block. Instead of just throwing stuff down. You know the coolest part? The coolest part was using craft paint. That was the coolest thing. Wasn't going out and spending this paint that was expensive, $12 a tube or whatever. Yeah, it would look better, but I don't need that, you know? I already have these paints. I don't want to use Vallejo because you do waste more than this. But, and then for a palette, I just use a white plate that we had, like a, you know, dinner plate. It's non-toxic paint, so it's not going to, you know, do anything. And, yeah, it was super easy to do. You know, we've got enough fine brushes. Now I do have one artist program. I'm trying to think what it's called. It's made by the people that do CAD. It's got sketchbook. I have that on my tablet / laptop. And that is cool. It's super powerful. I mean, it does all kinds of things that I just don't want to learn. I don't want to learn how to do it bad enough. You know, but I've made some of my own flags and, you know, use the digital programming to kind of paint the same way I do here, but with my little you know, the writing device, whatever the hell it's called, the pencil. Stylus. Well, it's a word I don't ever use. So I have done that. Take some image that I like that's just in basic colors and go in there, darken those colors to start at the negative shade, start bringing it up with the patterns of the flag, then print it up on a laser printer. Works out good enough. My Hungarian flags were done that way. And I don't mind painting them by hand, but I didn't want to spend 20 hours doing it, and that's what it would have turned into. Flags take a long time to do sometimes. Alright, we need to mix a new batch. This is just doesn't have enough paint in it. Oh, there's goop on the end of this. Let's go ahead and give this a good cleaning. I'm using this one for a bit. Perfect. So this is an army that is going to be more fun to paint than play. More fun to play than paint. Not that it's not fun to paint, but I just feel like I'm kind of limited on the creative, how creative I can be with them, just because they just, they're folks that live in the desert. They just don't have anything. The figures are all kind of the same, and we're going to call this a boring army. I've talked at the fancy or drab. That's probably the correct. So the next army will be fancy. Get to use some more colors and what have you. If it is the Valakians, we're going to do their camp first, which I've never done. I've never done a camp before, anything else, but the camp for those guys is just going to be a forest of skeletons, a skeleton forest. Persian light horse finished. Cool. I can leave now, right? Excellent. That's what we're here for. We're here to accomplish things. It's empowering. We're going to need... there might be some life in that sunny skin tone. We'll see. Sealing and basing in the morning. We'll send you a pic tomorrow. Excellent. You send me a pic tomorrow, or as I like to call it, later today. Oh, awesome. Thanks for hanging out with me, Dirk. Appreciate it. Yeah. Persian light horse. I think you're working on the Achaemenids, aren't you? Achaemenids. Achaemenids. All right, let's see if there's any life left in this. Nope. Such is the life of the drying paint. Achaemenids. Somebody on one of the other, somebody made a comment. It's a video that I had a long time. Was asking why the Persians, the Achaemenid Persians, I think it was on a battle that I had between Alexander and the Persians, why they can have knights in them. And I never did answer his question. I have all the DVMM books, and I believe they're Saka or something like that. What are they, book 2? Low book 2? Book 2-7, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Cyrus the Younger, irregular knight. The Satrapal Guard on armored horses or knights, irregular knights. And then a Gargamella Kingsman Cavalry can be fast knights. Ooh, it gives him an elephant there. Interesting. I don't know. I love these books. They're giving me ideas for other stuff, and maybe in some future game that I play, we might incorporate some of them on there. Oh, book 160. That's the one you're doing? Okay. You're doing the early. I thought you were doing the later one. Okay, cool. Yeah, I may at some point get the DBMM rules. Not to play DBMM. I'm never going to play DBMM. As cool as it might be, I just think it's too much of an uphill battle. But there's lots of juicy things on there. I talked to Mitch about some of it last night. Yeah. In the next 20 years or something like that, we're going to tinker with this and do our own improved version of it. You still have to play. You still have to buy the army list for. You still have to sell. You still have to buy DBA 3.0. It won't have any army list in it, but definitely can have. After suffering at the hands of the companions, the Persians try to copy the format. Okay. Cool. Irregular knights, right? Those guys just charge when they get within a certain distance, right? If guys get too close to them, they're like, whoa, they take off. You have to pay to stop them or something like that, I think. Yeah, that's an interesting problem to have. You know? My whole thing isn't to make things better or worse. You have to play a different way when you're playing a different army. So there's your incentive to buy more armies that are different from each other. You get to experience how to play them in a different way. Now, I understand some gamers don't want to do that. They want to find the bestest and the mostest and just play that. But we're not most gamers. We don't mind the challenge or altering how you have to play and get outside your comfort zone. A lot of people aren't that way. But we're old school. A saying I use more and more each day. You have to pay pips to stop them advancing. That's pretty freaking cool. All the time or only within their certain distance of the other guys? That'd be real easy to do. Like, okay, let's say they move 3 base widths. Once you get within 3 base widths, they're going to advance into combat unless you pay a pip to hold them back. That's interesting. Man, I'm telling you, the game could have so many more layers of flavor. To be continued. That's why it just keeps me focused. I'm continuing to build armies for this because I'm pretty sure for the rest of my wargaming career, we're going to be doing this size armies. So the time's not wasted on them. Yeah, this brush's tip is being weird. Even though I just cleaned it, just being weird. All right, we'll leave it for later. Let's get another one. Yeah. You know, and you play different games and you learn things that work for you and mechanisms that are good, and like I'm hooked on the whole you can't do whatever you want every game. That's a huge draw for us. You get to see everything that happens, but your guys don't listen to you. I think that's a good combination. Don't always listen to you. Well, don't think of it as your guys don't listen to you. Think of it as, you get to do a certain number of actions before the enemy gets to react to them. So, if you roll low on pips, it means your guys aren't trained well, or the enemy reacted so quickly when it's their turn again. There you are, my favorite Martian. The upside of which is that you don't have to pay to move them. That's true almost all the time. Warband have the same problem. You have to plan for them to advance without orders. You reminded me of one of my favorite Conan sayings. Enough talk, thunk. Yeah. Okay. That's food for thought. Unfortunately, it makes warband armies even suckier, but we enjoy playing match pairs and historical matchups and historical battles and stuff like that, so yeah. Food for thought. But I just don't have it in me to learn another Barker set of rules. And it's not because he doesn't have good ideas. It's just, I don't need to be confined to an insane asylum, Just trying to figure out what he's trying to say. He's got really good ideas. Just, I don't have it in me anymore to try to diagram sentences and punctuation and so forth. Sometimes a little bit too much like poetry, like, what does this say? Well, what do you think it says? Like, no, we're not going there. Warband are much better in DBMM. Well, that's good. That's good. That's definitely my element that I dislike the least is warband. I don't. It's not that I don't. It's not that I don't like them. I can't count on them to do anything. Okay, I think we're gonna call it this morning. And how long have we been on here? Over 4 hours. That's a pretty good run. Okay, so we got 5 blade guys to do for in the morning. And yeah, thanks for stopping by, folks. Keeping me company. Maybe you got some of your own stuff done. Good stuff. Okay, well, until next time, happy Saturday. Bye-bye.